in the gate. And they're off on the outside. There's More Valor for the lead to the inside. That's Socks for Daughters between horses. Stablemate Holloway, and then at the rail is the favorite Skylar's Artemis as they make their way up the back stretch. The two trailers are the Delaware Boys and Mortgage Rate, who've now moved up to third and fourth. Up front, More Valor has the lead. Skylar's Artemis presses from the inside. The gray hooks More Valor early. On the outside, 3 wide, the Delaware Boys, 4 wide, Mortgage Rate through a 23-second opening quarter. Gap of 3.5 lengths to Holloway, and the trailer is Socks for Daughters, 4 of them across the track as they make their way around the far turn, led by Skylar's Artemis. The Delaware Boys attacks, 3 wides, Mortgage Rate dropping out of its More Valor. Both Socks for Daughters and Holloway have about a half dozen to make up. The field getting ready to spin off the turn and into the stretch through a 46 and 4 half. Skylar's Artemis trying to see it through now. The Delaware Boys with dead aim. 3 deep is Mortgage Rate. These 3 have 2 lengths on Holloway, who's trying to chime in late, and Socks for Daughters and Jackie Davis. Midway through the stretch, the Mortgage Rate just hit the lead. Skylar's Artemis far outside. Here comes Socks for Daughters. Almost home is Mortgage Rate. Battling back Skylar's Artemis. Skylar's Artemis, Mortgage Rate, 3 wide. Socks for Daughters. It was Mortgage Rate in the opener. Mortgage Rate won it at 82 even. 50-cent try, 613-210.75. And the 10-cent super, 6132, $74.20. Race 2 comes up. They're in the gate. And they're off. Ice Love off just a beat slowly. There's the favorite Bustin' Roxy for the lead. Amore Fire hustling, try to stay in contention in second. 2.5 lengths back along the rail is PJ's Rider. Then we come back to Sweet Sugar Baby to Gray. She's 5 lengths for the lead and 5 more back to Ice Love, who trails. Up front, Bustin' Roxy dealing with Amore Fire through a wicked opening quarter of 22 and 2. Dave opened up 3-4 lengths on Sweet Sugar Baby, who rushes into contention. Dropping back a bit is PJ's Rider. Nothing from Ice Love midway on the turn. Bustin' Roxy just put away Amore Fire. Amore Fire trying to re-rally, but Bustin' Roxy takes them into the stretch. A 4-length lead. Amore Fire giving chase. Then we come back to Sweet Sugar Baby. A late rally up the inside from Ice Love, but they come past the 16th pole, and it's all Bustin' Roxy. She was in front from the start, and she's going to win it by 4 at the end. Amore Fire second, then Sweet Sugar Baby, and I even $2 exact to 3-2, $6.50. 50-cent try, 3-2-4, $3.55. 10-cent super, 3-2-4-6, $1.19. And they're off from the outside. There's Miss Wobbles for the lead. Vroom, vroom, challenges to the inside. Along the rail, there's Impermanence. Gap of a length and a half to East Harbor. The 2 trailers are Saratoga Smoke Show and Hidden War Dance. Up front, Miss Wobbles speeds off to a 3.5 length lead. It's Miss Wobbles, Vroom Vroom, and Impermanence battle for second now. Gap of 3 more to East Harbor as they click off an opening quarter of 22 and 3. Miss Wobbles and Nazario Alvarado keeping her to her business on the front end. Impermanence moves into second. The favorite Vroom Vroom has to do more. East Harbor trying to chime in. Just moved into third, then Saratoga Smoke Show and Hidden War Dance. Off the turn and into the stretch. Miss Wobbles trying to hold off the rally of Impermanence, and on the far outside, East Harbor. Miss Wobbles past the 8th pole, a dwindling length. Here comes Impermanence. Miss Wobbles has them. Impermanence tried to hook her. Miss Wobbles, Impermanence goes by. Impermanence has a length lead. Miss Wobbles, Impermanence by 2. Then it was Miss Wobbles and East Harbor. Vroom Vroom settled. $2 double, 3-1, $50 even. $2 exact, 1-6, 170 even. 50-cent try, 162, 140, 50. And the 10-cent super, 16, 23, 29. The gate. And they're off. Off a beat slowly there was Looking Grand. On the outside, that's Escape Mission. Towards the rail, that's 30 Oysters. These 2 split by the speedy War Smoke. 3 across the track. 2 more back to Captain of My Heart and Profitability. And after the stutter step start, Looking Grand trails the field. 30 Oysters the first to give way. War Smoke and Escape Mission hook up here as Profitability looks to move into third through an opening quarter of 22 and 3. Backing up is 30 Oysters, trying to make a race of it. From the back is Captain of My Heart and the trailers Looking Grand. War Smoke and Escape Mission at each other's throat as they come off the turn and into the stretch. 30 Oysters tries to re-rally along the inside and down the center's Profitability. Escape Mission just put War Smoke away. Profitability, a serious challenger towards the center. Escape Mission's almost home. Profitability, dead aim. Escape Mission, Profitability, Escape Mission, and Profitability. Escape Mission, payout. Oh, that got close. It looks like it. Back to 6-3, 45-80. 50-cent try, 6-3-1, 69 even. 10-cent super, 6-3, 1-4, 27-30. 50-cent pick 3, 3-1-6, 104, 62. And they're off from the far outside. Son of Darkness shows first along the inside there. Stone Guitar between horses. Holy Cowboy mixes it up a length back to Along Came the Prince. The two trailers are Sneeds and Depot, 5 lengths from front to back. Holy Cowboy emerges with the lead. Son of Darkness and Jackie Davis right on his tail in second. Dropping back along the inside, there's Stone Guitar. Moving up is Debo. The two back markers are Along Came the Prince and Sneeds, 22-1 for the opening quarter. Long shot Holy Cowboy dealing with the favorite, Son of Darkness. These two midway on the turn. Son of Darkness just put his head in front of Holy Cowboy. Debo down the center as Stone Guitar backpedals off the turn and into the stretch. Holy Cowboy trying to see it through. Son of Darkness hounds them the whole way. Here comes Debo. And Debo strikes the lead just inside the 16th pole. And Debo begins to edge away. It's Debo by 2, Debo by 3, Debo by 4. Late run from Sneeds, but Debo wins by 3.5. Jr. And that Michael DeVilla Jr. double 2-1. $2 double 6-1, paid $27.60. $2 exact to 1-4, 48.40. 50-cent try, 1-4-6. And they're off. Jayla, the first to show. Right alongside is Dale Avenue. These two hook up, and they're joined by Can't Beck. 2 lengths back. The first Skies winning bid. Then a gap of 3 or 4 lengths to the two back markers. Their fellow First There Ain't No Lady and Joyful Departure. Dale Avenue speeds off to a length lead over Can't Beck. A length and a half back to Jayla through an opening quarter of 22-3. Then Sky's winning bid. Cabercoa trying to motivate the firster. It's a gap of 4 or 5 lengths back to both Joyful Departure and Ain't No Lady. Off the turn and into the stretch. Dale Avenue. Mikey DeVilla just took a peek back, looking for 3 in a row. Can't Beck with dead aim along the inside. Jayla. Sky's winning bid gets going late here. They're in deep stretch. Dale Avenue trying to hold off Can't Beck. Dale Avenue a length and a half. Can't Beck down the center. Sky's winning bid, but they're close to home. Dale Avenue and Can't Beck. Dale Avenue holds a diminishing head. Then it was Can't Beck. Sky's winning 44 even. And the 10-cent super, 2-3, 4-1, $12.52. Race 7 comes up next. Kick off the late double in the 7th. Turn the gate. And they're off. Far outside, Fighter Kite for the lead. There's the favorite, D's Wise Guy in between. Along the inside is Lucky Mucho Man. Gap of about 3 lengths back to the Jig Is Up. Then Take the Edge. And New York Riesling is at the tail end of the field. D's Wise Guy on a front-running mission here with Cabercoa. They have a 5-length lead. It's all D's Wise Guy, 22-2. He's going to have to keep on going on the front end because the pack's closing in. Fighter Kite on the outside. Lucky Mucho Man. Then Fellow Gray, the Jig Is Up. D's Wise Guy trying to see it through. Fighter Kite, maybe his only challenger. There are no challengers. They're close to home. And D's Wise Guy blew the doors off this one early and is going to win it by a diminishing 2.5 lengths. Then Fighter Kite, Lucky $7.70. Conso double, $2, 2-3, $5.20. $2 exact to 4-6, $4.50. 50-cent try, 4-6-1, $2.55. And they're off from the rail. Bad Connection right to the lead. Bonfire Diva to the outside in second. Along the inside is Unbridled Rain in third. Then we come back to the favorite Motley Sue moving up alongside of Maddie Surprise. The two trailers are Pals Alley and Quiet Horizon. Up front, Bad Connection a length in front of Bonfire Diva. A couple of mid-prices, 22-4 the opening quarter. Unbridled Rain closes in, And Motley Sue, the one speedy Motley Sue, going to have to come from a half dozen off of it. From the back, Maddie Surprise off the turn and into the stretch. Bad Connection dealing with Bonfire Diva. Motley Sue down the center, weaving throughs Unbridled Train. Bonfire Diva hit the front and opened up a 2-length lead. She put Bad Connection away. Late rally from Motley Sue, but it's way too late as Bonfire Diva is on her way to a 4-length win. It was Bonfire Diva in the finale over Motley Sue, Unbridled Train. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I'm your track announcer, the Big A, Anthony Stabile. 8 race card on top for this Tuesday. And for the first time in 2024, we have a pick 6 carryover. Starts in race 3 of $2,504.91. Here are the changes for today's races. You see Old Glory and our flag unfurled to the max. It's windy here today. It's a fast track to start the day. Maybe some rain later on in the card. The early pick 4 starts in the first. There are no changes in race 1. And there are no changes in race number 2. And again, race 3, the $1 pick 6 features a carryover for the first time this season. $2,504.91. There are no changes in race 3. 50-cent pick 5 starts in race 4. These scratches in the 4th. Scratch to 3, Jackie Be Good. And the 4, Run, Laura, Run. In race 4, scratch to 3 and 4. The late pick 5 starts in race number 5. An additional workout for the number 4 Conformist. 4 furlongs and 51 flat, breezing from the gate here at Finger Lakes on May 10th. An additional workout for the 4 Conformist. And you can scratch the 6, Blues City. In race 5, take out the 6, Blues City. Final pick 3 of the day starts in race number 6. Scratch the 1, Brooklyn Rosie. Race 6, scratch the 1, Brooklyn Rosie. Late double time in race 7. Scratch the 5, Akduliba. Race 5, scratch the 5. Race 7, scratch the 5, Akduliba. And in the finale, race number 8. Scratch the 1, Tater and Tot. Take out the 1. And please note, the 7, Zuccharachi, is a gelding. 7, Zuccharachi, a gelding. in race number 8. Fast Track, pick 6 carryover starts in race 3. $2,504.91. Takes from the Lakes comes your way momentarily, as I'll be joined by the one, the only, Dave Mattice, for a preview of today's 8-race card. First post, a little over an hour away at 1:15 p.m. We'll be back in just a few moments.
And welcome everybody to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Another great race day here. I'm Dave Mattice here with our track announcer and my co-host here, Anthony Stabile.
What's happening, pal?
Too much, man. Yesterday, pretty good day. Michael DeVilla had a big day.
He did. Mikey did a good job yesterday. You know, my dad had his book. I don't even remember how long ago this was. At this
Really?
point. I actually stopped in the room to see him, but he's not running until the 4th today, so I probably just missed him by minutes. But yeah, I'm looking forward to stopping by and seeing him at some point when I'm not running out of here to get upstairs to the booth. And I use the term running very, very loosely. It's more proverbial than anything else. Yeah, he had a good day yesterday. I think we're starting to see, I don't know how you feel about this, excuse me, but I think we're starting to see a little bit of a track profile now where I don't know if you necessarily want to be on the lead, but you want to be forward and you want to be making that first run.
Usually that's the case, especially with the distances. But I think last year we didn't see a lot of deep closers throughout until we got to the route races. And it was big, obviously the big difference of whether you got that pace flow or not in those route races. But yeah, it seemed like the first run horses did very well. Honor near the lead. Michael rode outstanding the 3 wins he had. Even your best bet of the day.
He did. He gave the horse a perfect ride. He went after War Smoke early. Was able to pounce on him and hold off profitability for a $12 best play of the day. Was alive to 3 horses in the late pick, in the pick 5.
Yeah.
Couldn't close. Could not find Bonfire Diva in the finale.
Yeah.
Tough one to find. Paid $337 too, which was really good when you consider we had the refund in the 7th race, and all of that money turned the winner, D's Wise Guy, into a literally 1-9.
Yeah.
So
they were only betting the 2 horses.
yeah, all that money went on to that horse.
Well, I mean, it did influence the race. Obviously, that horse was a big player and had speed. So, yeah, there was some, you would say, an unprepared start as Naz got knocked out of the stirrups, in a sense. And he was kind of holding on, and the gate opened, and we gave the refunds, did the right thing. So,
Yeah, 100%.
yeah, and yeah, the last one, Stephen Frett rode that horse confidently. A great job by Stephen Frett in the last. Doesn't ride a lot of races. Rode that one perfect.
I think he took notice of the track. He sat just off the 5, made the 1 run, and wasn't about holding anybody off. They could have still been going around there. That filly was going to keep going yesterday. She was good yesterday.
Drawing away.
She was good yesterday.
Okay, let's look at today's card. We got 8 races on the card. I think we got 9 on Monday.
9 Monday, already drawn. Those PPs will be out Thursday over at fingerlakesgaming.com. And then they're drawing as we speak for Tuesday. So don't forget, folks, we're not here tomorrow. We had to cancel Yes, it was because of a lack of entries. Look, this time of year up here, horses are just getting back into shape. I had a couple of people on Twitter ask me why the short distance is. Well, a lot of these horses are coming off the 5 and 6 month layoffs at the very least.
Yeah.
So they got to just race back into shape. So, but bear with us. We'll be on the 3-day weeks, and the racing will get better and longer as we wane on.
I mean, we got a unique season here. I mean,
do.
We've always been one of the longer seasons in the country. I mean, a little shorter than it used to be, but a lot of the locals they do lay off their horses at the end of the year, and that's what we do at the beginning of the year. Sometimes, we give them 6 weeks to get these horses ready. Luckily, we got some better weather this year. Sometimes we get some horrible winter, spring weather.
And I don't think people realize that even though we only race 3 days a week, right? Well, I say only. That's the norm pretty much in horse racing right now. Mm-hmm. That avails these trainers and owners to run these horses more. So, yeah, it's only 3 days a week, but we race for 7 months. It gives you a lot of opportunity over that 7 months to drop into the entry box. So, it's a little bit of a different beast up here. It's fun though. So far, it's been fun. I will be honest with you. The 4.5 furlongs are a bit much.
It's hard
when you're trying to call them.
Yeah, it's not always easy to. I mean,
it's not easy to handicap and bet them either. But
well,
I'm just saying.
Sometimes it's easier to handicap them, and sometimes it's not. But yeah, I can see what you're saying. And
when you see the back of the gate at the start of every race, it's not a good thing if you're an announcer. If you're an announcer,
right.
There's some stuff.
Better stay with them.
Exactly.
All right, let's look at today's card. Yeah, I also want to mention, because we mentioned Michael Davila winning 3 races. Ronnie Breed Jr. off to a hot start. He had 2 of those wins yesterday. He's in the first race here.
He is.
Yeah, and I like that horse a little bit too, but I lean towards Darn That Song. You got a couple of them coming out of the Little Miss Sunshine race. How impressive was Little Miss Sunshine that day? Yeah,
It was fantastic that afternoon, yeah.
Yeah, so Darn That Song's coming out of that race. Of course, so was Lockbox. But what they say, Darn That Song wasn't that sharp. It wasn't going to matter. I mean, let's face it, they were all running as also-rans in that 4.5 furlong race. She did come in with a little bit more fitness than some of the other ones, but she'll keep that fitness for one more race here. But
I would imagine she's the speedier today, too, right?
Yeah, that was my other point here. Is there just doesn't seem to be a lot of pace in here. Now, Lockbox has speed, but maybe not quite as fast as Darn That Song. I mean, the fractions Lockbox had in New York, which she won, were ridiculously slow.
Yeah.
And she had things alone on the lead. But coming out of that race, I thought she ran a better race than Lockbox did behind Little Miss Sunshine anyway, watching the replay. I mean, for whatever that means, because they're running for second, third, fourth anyway. But Capital Gal, I thought, was an interesting one, too, because she was running mostly routes. She ran mostly routes when she was here before. And now Ronnie Breed's got her. And last race wasn't that horrible in New York. It really was. I mean, the horse was wide and not terribly beaten in that race. I don't know if a sprint is her thing, but maybe this time of year it might be to her advantage. And I think she didn't run that badly in that sprint last time. I don't know what you thought.
With a lack of pace, we have the same top 3 here.
Okay.
With the lack of pace, it kind of brings her into the race earlier. That's what I thought anyway. Right?
She's got enough sprint speed to be close.
Yeah.
Right.
The distance horses are aided when there's no pace on in a race. And like I said, if Darn That Song appears to be the speed, Capital Gal is going to be a lot closer than she ordinarily would in a sprint race. So
they do a 47. She's going to be right behind.
Yeah, and Jackie's sharp. Jackie Davis, who's on Capital Gal, keep her close. If you're playing the early pick 4, I'll tell you what, Lockbox can win. I think that's a dressed up race 2 back. Ralphie D got on the board again yesterday. Cigar and all. That guy walked right into the winner's circle with a lit cigar yesterday.
We let him do it. He's outside.
That is as gangster a move as I've ever seen in my life. The guy lit the victory cigar before the race started. He had an ash on that thing. Guy's my idol. Anyway, I'm against Lockboxing here. We have to put 3 horses up there, so I put him third, but her third, I should say. But I thought if you're playing the early pick 4, I would not let Capital Gal beat you in here.
Okay, second race, Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and pick 3 starts in there. Never won 2 condition, 4 fillies and mares, and this one in the 6th race, I could go a lot different. Was it the 6th race as well? I mean, somebody's got to win race number 2.
I am going to blow your mind.
Why? What's
In the 6.
Oh, the 6. Okay.
My best play of the day is in the 6th
that race?
Yes.
In the 6th race.
Yeah, I'm feeling my oats off the $12.
Yeah, you had a nice one.
The
yesterday.
$12 winner and back-to-back best bet win. So
I think,
I'm feeling my oats today.
I think he squeezed that one home. Confidently called that horse on top too.
Yeah, there was no confidence in that booth when I saw profitability reach like he owed the 6 owed him money.
I thought he had won the Bob too. I don't know.
Yeah.
Just held on. Anyway.
Confidence probably not the right word. Stupidity better, I think. But thank you.
All right. Well, believe me, I took a long time with this, and probably too long trying to dope out this race. But I'm going to lean towards because I'm elegant. Somebody's got to win, and I'm looking at her previous race when she broke her maiden for 10. That might be good enough here. I mean, there's slow horses, and I don't want to be insulting or anything, but the track record is. What was it? Wondrous Wise. You don't have to worry about. It's pretty safe.
You will live to fight another race after the second for the track record.
I mean, you got Sweet Tooth Sue's coming off a layoff. Moulin Rouge coming off a layoff because of the Brave off a layoff. Sassy Tallahassee. I don't like the distance. I mean for her. I mean, it showed last time. I don't think she could get close enough. Although these horses are slow. Lara doesn't want to win. We've seen that a million times. Sweet Tooth Sue, she goes first time Lasix. She won one. I mean, I could see her be there, but because I'm elegant, at least I like the recent victory. I mean, it wasn't the greatest number. It was a decent time for down there, and she got the trip over the track. You know, maybe that's good enough. I mean, she comes out of the Bustin' Roxy race. Bustin' Roxy would blow this field away. Would you agree with that?
Dust them.
Absolutely, and she got dusted. I mean, you can't gauge anything. I think she was last, but
right.
But I'm looking at
Boston
her.
Roxy, our first two-time winner at the meet yesterday.
Yes. Her previous form is good. It's good.
I have
enough.
a funny feeling that 2 was going to turn into 5 or 6 or 7 by the time the meet's over. She came back in raging form, man.
Well, you know, you go the longer distance, she gets hooked. I don't know if that's going to.
Okay.
My opinion. But I'm going to just lean. Believe me, I would not really, although Anthony's endorsing one in the 6, I can't endorse one that strongly in here, but I'm going to lean towards the 2 because I'm elegant. I think Sassy Tallahassee with recent form is going to put her close, but I don't like the distance for her. Moulin Rouge could show some tactical speed. She's got better numbers than these, but she's coming off the layoff. And Sweet Tooth Sue always makes a good account of herself. She's got the rail and first Lasix.
I couldn't, and that was it. A 6-year-old house horse, trainer, owner, breeder, finally gives her Lasix at 6 years old. I just wanted something different in here,
Okay.
Dave.
Yeah.
I couldn't fire on the other ones. So I took Sweet Tooth Sue on top. I don't really have a lot to add to what you said.
Yeah, I mean,
first time, and then Moulin Rouge went to the bench in pretty good form. Koa stays off the long layoff. You know, she has 3 consecutive efforts that all put her right on the money in here. I would imagine off of that she's going to be, I don't want to say a heavy favorite, but she's going to be. I could never take the favorite
in a race like
in this race.
Yes.
And I think she's going to be the favorite, so I just plugged her in second, and then Sassy Tallahassee. I think she'll be shorter than Sassy Tallahassee, but that's just me.
Yeah, probably. 'Cause, I mean, it's just the distance. Tallahassee's had a lot of. I mean, they all had a lot of chances, but you're right. It's not like we're handicapping the Preakness Stakes here, and at least we made some good points. That's one honestly, I would use 3 or 4 of them in there. I mean, I know some people want to take a shot to lower your ticket, but in a pick 4, at least 3 or 4 of them.
I'll put it like this. I'm glad that race was not in the pick 6.
Okay. Third race does start the pick 6. And as I look at this race, I'm looking at it from a pace standpoint. I think the speed is on the inside. I think Bustin' Time, drawing the rail, I don't think there's a lot of speed outside of her that I think she could get the lead and not chasing this time against a pretty good one that beat this horse last time. I mean, she wasn't beating that one. I think today's her day to get the lead in a short field without a lot of speed. I think she just keeps going.
She raced against a filly who could potentially be the most talented horse on the grounds.
Definitely a stakes horse.
And My Bronx Baby.
Yes.
And My Bronx Baby drew away from her at the end, but she gave a very nice account of herself, Bustin' Time. I contemplated making her the best bet of the day. but I wanted to get goofy later on. So coming back in just 8 days bugged me just a little bit. Jackie rode my Bronx Baby. That's how you knew. That's how I should have known my Bronx Baby was ready to roll. She didn't ride for her father to ride my Bronx Baby, and now she picks up the mount on Bustin' Time today. She's supposed to be
only
in
a
front.
father would let her get away.
Only a father. Only Robbie would. Maybe some fathers wouldn't. Robbie would. I would imagine she's in front. The horse I'm against in here is the Morning Line favorite, the 4 Necessary and Proper. You're going to see these dressed up races at Aqueduct. This horse ran against a bunch of very slow horses down at the Big A. And coming to a barn that is absolutely on fire. This, to me, this all points to overbet. And I wanted to stay away from Necessary and Proper. I think if you wanted another one in here, Mommy Joe Dreams, just based on race profile. I would imagine that she's the one with Kevin Navarro that gets the trip in here. Should Necessary and Proper apply enough pressure to Bustin' Time early on, she's the one in the offing. Now she's got to deal with the layoff, but and it's hard to get a gauge because the last year when she came off the layoff, it was the same type of layoff, but it was down at Belmont and it was on a turf. It was in a turf race, so it's kind of difficult to gauge how she races off the bench. But I think if you wanted somebody else in here, it would be her. So I'm going to lean very heavily on Bustin' Time, and I would almost say I think she might be a single in the pick 6 today.
Okay, yeah, and I think part of the key would be, as you mentioned, does the 4 Necessary and Proper, does she put pressure on Bustin' Time? She's got speed, and is she that aggressive? There's only 5 furlongs. It may not matter.
Right.
Bustin' Time, just hold the rail, and maybe she goes on with it.
Don't forget,
but you're right,
little over $2,500 in that carryover. First carryover of the season here at Finger Lakes that starts in race 3 to $1 pick 6.
Yeah, they've been hitting it.
Yeah, every day.
4th race starts at pick 5. We scratch the 3. Jackie Be Good and the 4. Run, Laura, Run. I'm not going out on a limb here. I mean, War Tapped won a race that it's even more impressive and more dominant than it looks on paper, as she could have run 10 times and beat that field 10 times, and that was the case. So this is a little tougher for War Tap, but let's face it, that was just kind of a warm-up for her, and she's just better than this field.
The only horse I was going to give a little look to beat her was Run, Laura, Run, and Bonnie Lucas scratched her.
Right, she scratched.
So that's it. So this is, I'm likely going to start the pick 6 single.
I wouldn't blame you.
Yeah, I mean, she just looks like you hate to say this about a beaten 5 race, but she looks like a free bingo square today.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's another one on the I don't know if there's another one on the card or in the sequences. I certainly don't think there's one in the first 2 races. And I don't know about the sequence, but this looks like a free bingo
right.
square.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the 3rd race you use more than one, but this one is probably a single.
Yeah. Right, Christmas Day. I put Christmas Dinner second. You got her 3rd.
Yeah, I got her 3rd. She usually runs pretty well. And then all these breed horses, they're running. I like Sweet Invasion a little bit, coming off the layoff for Aquilano. She's got some good numbers in the past. And at 5,000, she only had a couple races at 5, and that's what she was tailing off last year. I thought she could be a threat in here, but again, it's War Tap's race to lose, I thought.
Yeah. The bad race was in the slop. She had run okay in the slop in her
That's what I
first start.
thought.
Yeah. But you know what the problem is? She gets 5.5, so
Yeah.
that'll help. She kind of loses contact early.
Yes, she does.
And comes rolling late.
Yeah, that is a problem when we talk about short distances. 5th race, scratch the 6, Blues City. Yeah, I think you could
Things get interesting now.
Yeah, I think you'd use 3 of them in here, and Sutton Breeze, lost. I mean, I think Sutton Breeze comes out of a better race, but and it's a question of whether Conformist is ready off the layoff. We know that horse has got some back class, won a stakes race before, and then you got the Murphy entry, Mass Appeal coming off a dominant victory. I thought Maddie's Express usually needs one, and Big Bad Bud did come off a good race, but got beat by Mass Appeal in that race. I thought at least it's more competitive than the previous 2, but I did lean towards Conform. I wouldn't take her take him as a favorite, but I just knowing his past races and his back class, and I like the workouts leading up to this race, I'm going to lean towards him as my top choice.
6 for 11 here at Finger Lakes too. 3 for 5 at the 5/8 distance.
Right.
An awful lot to like. He had the August, he was gone for 3 months before the big break, right? So he's run 1 time now in 9 months, 8 months.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Like I said, I'm thin early. I'm never thin, but I'm thin early on the ticket,
Yeah.
so I can spread a little now. I'm using the 1, 2, and 4 here. I loved Mass Appeal's race. Mass Appeal just came out, and ordinarily Mass Appeal needs one. He didn't need one last time. And I think that might be a good sign. He gets into this race by way of the beaten date race.
Mhm.
But that was a hell of an effort last time. And again, kind of riding the profile. He'll be off of Conformist, and Conformist has to deal with the layoff, and Mass Appeal already knocked the rust off 2 weeks ago. I think it's advantage Mass Appeal. Listen, if Smooth Tails crosses the wire first, I'm not going to hand the money back. He's a nice little insurance policy to have because he has some races that make him competitive, and he has some speed as well. So maybe he goes and puts the pressure on Conformist, and Heeman and Mass Appeal just sit and wait. I think they're a very formidable entry. With that said, I think you have to use Conformist. And the other horse I want to use, Dave, is the 2, Maddie's Express. I know he probably needs more ground, right? I mean, but his races at this level aren't terrible. And if you're like me and you think the first 2 legs of the sequence are going to be a little chalky, at some point you need to kind of, this is an important race. They're all important, but from a handicapping and a gambling point of view, this is always the most important race on the card because it's in the early pick, it's in the pick 6, the pick 5, and it kicks off the late pick 4. So if you're a multi-race guy like I am, this is an important race. And a horse like Maddie's Express is a little bit of a separator, right? You have an entry that's going to be around 2 to 1. Conformist is going to be around 8 to 5. If you can beat them in a 5-horse field with the third choice, it's a little bit of a separator in those pools. So I'm going to use a horse like Maddie's Express, seeing if they hit and he can come running. I know he's probably better in a month and a half from now when he's going a mile and 70 or a mile and 16.
And that's what we've seen from him before, right?
Right. But I think he's in the right spot today, and he's in for the waiver. So it's a nice shot to take a free punch.
You know what's interesting about Mass Appeal? He does stay at 5,000. I mean, he was in for the waiver last time. Why not? But he ran such a big race. Should he go up in class?
Could have bumped him up.
If it was that good, that was my one negative look on that one because he ran such a big race. But
I don't know.
Good race. I mean, you're right. That is a good race to maybe use 2 or 3 of them. Maybe take a shot at one of the outsiders. 6 race, scratch the 1, Brooklyn Rosie. Here we go. Scratch the 1, Brooklyn Rosie. You know what? I'm going to leave the floor to you because you got one in here that you liked, and I looked at here and I didn't like anybody.
So I'm going to give you my spiel on Little Maze.
Little Maze, okay.
The number 3.
Okay.
Debuts 2 weeks ago. Sealed track. I don't want to say she showed speed from the rail because speed would be being very, very kind. But she broke alertly enough. And she was forward enough. And then she just stayed on the inside and she just got tired.
Mm-hmm.
So we saw Linda Dixon have 2 just like this yesterday. They debuted without Lasix. They ran well or okay, and then fired much bigger shots yesterday. Miss Wobbles had the lead, got run down by Impermanence.
Ran good.
And I can't remember the name of the other horse. But they were both the same exact thing. Naked first out, Lasix second time, and they both showed a lot more speed. It was the filling in the horse in the Ferraro race with the firster, with the Munnings firster. Can't back.
Yes, can't back. Almost won the race.
Can't back almost got the money.
Right.
They both ran exponentially better than their debuts, getting Lasix second time and showing more speed. Now, you look through this bunch, right? Paulie's Angel at 2, 0 for 7, never hit the board. Mm-hmm. Indian Penny, 0 for 17, 4/3. Journey of Fire, 0 for 9, 1/3. Love Thyself, shipping up from Aqueduct, okay, fine, the Buckley horses. This horse was eased and walked off last time, right? Jen's Kiss, up from Aqueduct, ran at Finger Lakes. 0 for 4s, never hit the board. And then Crystal's going to be your favorite. Crystal was in the barn and cooled out last time at the 8th pole.
Yeah, I thought the horse was the winner.
And
I don't know.
and
I
the
thought
last
horse was
16th of a
winner.
mile ran in quicksand.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there.
I have nothing in this race that's going to stop me from wanting to go off the reservation.
Right.
And watching those two horses run, Miss Wobbles and Camp Beck, race as well as they did yesterday. And here's the other thing. I don't know where Naz Alvarado is today. Naz Alvarado took off the horse in the last race yesterday after doing an amazing job staying on aboard New York Riesling when determined unprepared for the start, right?
Yeah.
Naz is not on the card today. I don't know if there's days or what it is. And that's Linda Dixon's main rider. Who does she reach out for instead? The guy who was the second leading rider here last year to ride this filly in this race. Give me a Little Maze today.
Well, I did have her third. I guess I don't care a race like this whether they give me the 2 or 3 anyway. But I did have her third because she does come out of the Jen's Kiss race. I thought that that's probably the best race, the Mel's Angel race,
Right.
Of the horses that are coming out of at least the 11 to 9s versus these 5,000s. Yeah, Jen's Kiss. At least one thing I can say with her was she was wide, and I do see what you're saying. Little Maze, she got out there. She had the rail. She was inside, and maybe didn't want to be in there.
First with the rail down there the whole way. Exactly
she did
right.
pack it in and didn't run a jump after that. So tough to gauge after that, was my opinion. After your best bet held on yesterday, I'm not gonna question it. I do question the race you're using your best bet in.
I think if we were in a court of law, I would have done a good job of making my case. I don't know if it's very, very rare that if I'm involved that a judge goes not guilty. But listen, I'll take my chances here.
It's okay. Yeah, I didn't like the race. I wanted to take Love Thyself on top, but the horse
Great name. Fantastic name.
Love Thyself. But I mean the horse
Out of Miss Narcissist, by
Miss
the way.
Narcissist, yes.
Sensational.
Yes. And by the way, Miss Narcissus is a multiple stakes
Yes.
winner. I mean, you talk
Nice
about
filly.
the best bred horse in the race,
Yeah.
but she hasn't shown that she can run.
No.
Maybe getting the class relief drop in here, maybe that breeding will come through. And the fact that they haven't given up the horse and the horse hasn't been retired and is running for 5, maybe that's a good sign.
Yeah.
Giving her a shot anyway. I mean, looking for something out of this race.
Start with a put John Velasquez on this filly first time out. It wasn't
Yes.
something of her. She was a big price, but rail.
I wonder what John said after that race.
I know what he said. Don't put me back on this crazy horse. That's what he said.
I did pick the 3 third. I think there's just a little bit of mix-up in the numbers. But you know what?
Okay.
This race, I don't care. I'll give you all the thunder if that horse wins anyway.
I'll take it.
Right. 7th race, scratch the 5, Octuliber. What does that mean that you're...
I don't know. My mom, if you're listening, I know that she has errands to run today. I'm a quarter German. I should know what Achtu Lieber means, but I don't. I just
really
like
thought
saying
you were
it.
full Italian.
No, I got a little German in there. My mom's half and half Italian, half German.
Okay. 7th race, this is an optional claiming race. I guess you could call this our feature.
Mm-hmm. It's a fun race.
It is, and I'm looking at it again from a pace standpoint. I think Nottaway's faster than Winning Drive. I mean, we'll see. I think Nottaway, outside speed, coming out of just good races overall at Laurel. I mean, the race in the slop was excellent. There is a chance for a thunderstorm today, by the way.
Yeah, and a pretty big one. Measurable rain right around the 4 o'clock time. So
that would help the case more for Nottaway.
Yeah, it really would. And if you've ever been to fantastic Finger Lakes here in the Farmington, New York region, you would know that we have to take a little bit of a catwalk to the booth.
Yes.
I'm not excited about being stuck on the. I'll spare
gotta
you.
live on
I'll
the-
spare you. Right, said Fred. I'm too sexy right now, but I'm not really looking forward to having to walk the catwalk in the rain.
Okay. Are you going to walk it like that? The
If
catwalk.
Little Maze wins, yes, we'll absolutely walk the catwalk that way.
You'll be on your tiptoes.
Get a
going
video.
through there.
Get the camera
Oh,
ready.
you got to live on the edge up there. You got to live on the. What about the guys that are
Story of my life.
Who are the guys that are in the towers doing the replays and the steward shots for them?
When I used to work for HRN for the Horse Racing Radio Network, and they do a really good job covering the sport. I was there for 8 years. My office at Belmont was at the top of the building, and like you guys, I'm sure, get up here. We get some pretty big boomers down there,
Yes.
and out of nowhere, and the building's gone now, but the building was pretty old, and it was a lot of metal.
Mhm.
And where we were, again, like kind of the extension, we were at the top of the building. And my office was here, and Andy Serling's office was down the other end, and the placing judges were all that were between us. Well, Andy was usually on set, and the placing judges are able to kind of go downstairs and wait out a storm, because more often than not, if there's a storm in the area, the racing is postponed. They hold the horses in the receiving barn, they hold the horses in the paddock. Well, that radio show I was doing covered races from Gulfstream Park and Churchill Downs and whatever else was running on Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. I couldn't leave. If I left, I had to literally go off the air. And I had thousands of dollars worth of radio equipment. And there were plenty of days I stayed in there. Joe Migliori, who's a jocks agent down, Richie Migliori's son, and I were doing a show one day together. And he looked at me and he said something like, "We're really going to stay in here right now?" I was like, "I don't have a co-host. We don't have a co-host down in Lexington." Our studios were in Lexington for HR, and I was like, "We have to stay." So, you know, and people don't know, us racetrack announcers, we put our lives on the line for you folks. This is what we do. It's part of the job.
Let's not get dramatic. Anyway, not laying it out a little much. Okay, Nottoway's, I think, is just the best horse in the race.
Mm-hmm.
I'll say that. Just coming out of some better races. Has been a little bit of a money burner, though, lately. But again, probably better competition, though.
And they're so consistent, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like those 7, I mean, you got to go back to August for a buyer that's not in the 70s. And again, I'm not the biggest proponent of speed figures. I use them more as a gauge. But just a model of consistency. And, you know, Winning Drive has a 70 here and there. And Coach Bay has one here and there. But just 70 after 70 after 70.
Yes.
Hard to go past a horse with that kind of consistency when you have, you know, half the field coming off the long layoff and the other horse just having one race sometimes. I like races like this because I get to see some of my old friends, right? I've seen Winning Drive a million times, Devious Banker, Downstate, Number One Dylan. All of these horses are, you know, I spent a lot of time at Belmont and Aqueduct like I have. But I just think Nottoway, who's fresh to the whole scene, right? He's been out of town 5 for 7 at 5/8.
And might get I mean, Number One Dylan might be the other one, too, that might have a little speed out of the gate. But I thought Nottoway could get the lead in there, even from the outside post.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, and that's kind of how I looked at it. And, yeah, Number One Dylan can be quick, can do either.
We're still on the 7th, guys.
What? Oh, sorry. Oh, yeah, He-Man on it I think might fit. I mean, obviously I like Jackie on that horse because she's always rode that horse perfect. But now you get changed to He-Man, and that horse is capable if he's ready off the layoff. But yeah, I don't think they're going to beat Nottoway. You might get a few of them in that pick 6 that might be shorter prices. So you're going to have to wake up something somewhere.
Yeah, I want to try and get Little Maze home. I want to try and get that 2-horse home in the 5th race. Maybe, you know, I'm not going to single Nottoway. I'll probably use Devious Banker, who's also a little consistent. Not as good, but still some consistency. Raced an awful lot last year. 17 starts. You know, he's just a hard 17 and 16. He's made an awful lot of starts. So he holds up. We'll see how he does off the layoff. He's hit the board in 4 of his 9. You know, maybe if Nottoway stubs the toe a little bit, Devious Banker can pick up the pieces.
Oh, this last race.
This was one of the more annoying races for me.
Yeah, you know, when the overnight first came out, I said, wow, it's Tater and Todd or East Coast Girl, and East Coast Girl is the one that's real questionable. You know, I thought Tater and Todd had a big excuse last time. Well, Tater and Todd scratched. So now, where do I go? I think you either single. I mean, it's one of those things where East Coast Girl's going to win.
You can't single.
Right, but either the horse is going to win, or the horse probably gets nothing.
Yeah,
It doesn't even hit the board. It's one of those things where you either spread, all, or you single. That's kind of size, all or single. I mean, that's kind of if you're playing.
So, I never say never. Period in life.
Yeah.
But in horse racing, I think the worst thing you could do to yourself is have any kind of handicapping absolutes.
Right.
Right. You don't say like there are plenty of trainers downstate, plenty of riders that I hardly ever bet. I will never say never. One guy who I hardly ever bet trained one of the best New York sprinters around, Weekend Hideaway. And I made one of the biggest bets of my life on Weekend Hideaway when he won.
That?
I bet like $1,800 to win on him.
Oh, my God.
And he paid 6 and change. So
I don't-
this was years ago. But what I'm saying is,
I think I
don't
would have a heart attack.
never say never.
Yeah.
Never say never.
Okay.
So I hardly ever look at a race, don't know who I'm going to pick, and say, I know one thing. I'm not picking East Coast Girl. Right?
Right.
I did that after I first looked at it. Before I wrote anything down, I
Yes.
was like, I'm not picking East Coast Girl. And like you, Tater and Todd had the trouble last time, and I was like, all right, I'll just,
The Tater and Tot was
Moto.
like the other one. Right?
yeah, I'll Moto, Tater and Tot, whatever, third off the layoff, all good. Moto, Tater and Tot. When I got here today and got the scratches, I looked at this race for about 7 minutes. Again, after spending you said the second, I spent way too much time on this race. Way too much time on this race. And I was like, I can't in good conscience pick against her on top because she is the most likely winner. Now, a lot of people say, well, just because she's most likely winner doesn't mean she has to be your top pick. That's kind of the creed I live by. But I also feel like if I put another number on top, that's me telling you to take $2 or $5 and bet the other horse to win. And I don't want to bet anybody. I don't want to bet anybody to win in here. I'm a multi-race guy. A race like this, I might play some tries and try to beat East Coast Girl.
Right.
But she is the most likely winner, and I can't endorse anybody.
But by the
that I
way,
think will beat
anyway, the horse is East Coast Curl, and I believe this is a male race.
Yeah. This was an old, I think that this
This is
was
a
an
Ridgeling,
old,
I think. Is it a
a
Ridgeling?
Maury stable horse, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
There it is, the Kelly Breen.
Well, it's the name of it's East Coast Curl. It's going to fool you a little bit.
Oh, yeah. No, believe me, I know.
But the thing is, the horse is better than these. It's just all the red flags are up, and the horse has been off since August. Ran against better competition. Shows up here for 5,000. I tell you what, last year we see a lot of these types.
Two works.
Two works. A lot of these type for Jeremiah and Steve Engelhardt. They come in here, and I say that when I say they, what I meant when I first introduced the race, when they win or get nothing, that's exactly what these horses with this kind of profile did last year. They either won at 2 to 5, or they finished completely off the board at 2 to 5, and probably 65, 70% of them won, but that other 30%. Is that enough to take a shot against this horse? It's hard to like anybody else. Zucker Race has had a lot of chances. He's had races where it looks like he's the winner and didn't get there. Hardly Workins off the break. I mean, all these horses are off the layoff too. Maybe not as long as East Coast Girl,
Right.
but they don't have the kind of class East Coast Girl has either. So who else are you going to like in here? I mean, she speaks well's got some good form and some good races in the past, but those are mostly routes.
Right.
It's one of those things where, man, this horse doesn't have to be much. Doesn't even have to be the kind of horse he was in the past. He's just got to run better than these horses. And he might still be able to.
I'm going to use the 2, 4, 7, and 8.
You're going to go 4 deep?
I'm going to go 4 deep and hope the horse gets beat. But man, I feel like it's a lesson in this is futile. I kind of feel like it's futile, but I can't find anybody else to pick against the horse.
I was going to say I was going to go 1-8, and then maybe the 5 is my long shot. And I'm using the 5 second anyway with the one scratch out of there. Because I mean the horse did show some talent in a couple of the races last year for the bottom level, and does have a race under his belt. He probably wants more distance though. So I went with the 8-5-7.
They drew the Preakness yesterday.
What do we got?
There's the field.
What do we got?
We got 9.
Okay.
Number 9. I want to look at the race more in depth. Somebody said something on Twitter last night. It was one of the more telling, and it was a great point. I wish I would have written the gentleman's name down. So Bob Baffert trains the number 4 Muth,
Yes.
who was your 8-5 morning line favorite with Juan Hernandez. Impressive win in the Arkansas Derby. Of course, Mystic Dan was 3rd in the Arkansas Derby. He dusted Mystic Dan. He's 8-5. Mystic Dan's 5-2 right next door in post 5. And everybody has kind of just said, well, Muth can't get beat in this race. If trainer X trained Muth and not Bob Baffert, where on his card does he have these monumental races that make him a lead pipe cinch on Saturday? Because if you can show me those races, I'm not saying he doesn't deserve to be the favorite,
Off the impressive effort, they're going to bet him. I mean,
but I just want to know where these monumental, these Herculean efforts are that's making this horse. He'll be 6-5 when the gate opens.
maybe lower.
Maybe lower.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to tell you what. I haven't handicapped the race yet entirely, but I'm going to tell you who I want at a price, and I would probably prop bet him against anybody else in the field except Muth and Mystic Dan. And that's the two, Uncle Heavy, for Butch Reed. Right, the old saying is he doesn't go for the free lunch because they used to give you free lunches when you ran in stakes races. That's not the case everywhere anymore. In the dining room, most tracks don't even have a dining room anymore. Butch Reed ships with a purpose. He makes a significant rider change to Irad Ortiz Jr. And he had a 12-hole. He had the 12-hole in the Wood Memorial, which at Aqueduct going a mile and an eighth. If you get anything outside the 9, you might as well scratch. Mm-hmm. So he only got beat like 10 lengths and change in a Wood Memorial. He was off 2 months. He was the horse that won the Withers. And the day he won the Withers, there was a equine herpes positive at Aqueduct, and he couldn't ship back to Parks. Butch had to ship him to a friend's farm outside of Parks. So the whole thing got wacky. He still ran one on the Memorial. He'll be on all my tickets.
Yeah,
Uncle Heavy.
The way I look at it, is Mystic Dan a little dressed up winning the Derby? I mean, you're talking about Muth. I mean, Mystic Dan, could Hernandez have given him a better trip?
I think the problem with Chasing Freedom and Mystic Dan, who are going to be the second and third choices in this race, are the fact that they got absolute dream trips in the Kentucky Derby.
Can't you get them out and get your long shot second and third behind Muth?
I'm using Uncle Heavy. I'll probably bet a few dollars. I said yesterday I'll probably bet a few dollars on Catching Freedom. I think I was on Seth's show for Capital OTB. I'll probably switch that now to Uncle Heavy at 20-1 with a rad, especially with the rider change to a rad. I'll probably bet a few bucks on Uncle Heavy, make a box with Muth, make a box with Mystic, and I almost have to use Catching Freedom because I don't want to let my Derby pick beat me in the.
Yeah, you never do. Anyway, that's another day, another story. Of course, we are open Preakness Day. You can catch all the action here. I'll be here at 9:45 in the morning.
10 a.m. Gates open 10 a.m. You guys did a great job. Kentucky Derby Day, come on out this Saturday. Advanced wagering begins Thursday for Black Eyed Susan and the Preakness. So come on out.
Best place to watch and wager on it right here at Finger Lakes. So we did have a nice crowd, and you can even go down to that Remedy Bar. Good setup there. You have a little fun watching the Preakness.
There you go.
Stakes. All right, thanks for doing the show again today.
You buddy.
We got live racing. Of course, our next live day won't be till Monday. We canceled yesterday. Next live day will be Monday. We got a 9-race card next week.
See you then.
The field for the Tuesday openers on the track. The 1 is Lockbox with Luis Perez. The 2 is Darn That Song. Heeman Harkey rides. The 3 is Capital Gal with Jackie Davis. The 4 is Mrs. Bell. Juan Diaz is in the saddle. And the 5's Ramon with Emmanuel de Diego. The 50-cent pick 4 starts here with a little over 5 minutes to post. Welcome to day 6 of the 2024 meet. Big A Anthony Stabile high atop the finish line here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, getting ready for another big weekend here at Finger Lakes. Doors open 10 a.m. this Saturday for the Preakness. Can Mystic Dan win the second jewel of racing's Triple Crown? Will Bob Baffert add to his record Preakness wins with 8-5 morning line favorite Muth? Come find out this Saturday here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Gates open 10 o'clock. Post time for the Preakness 7:01 p.m. Advanced wagering available beginning Thursday. Again, simulcasting opens 11:30 the rest of the week. All right, here in the opener today, there's your favorite and my top pick, the 2 Darn That Song. In a race that does not seemingly feature a lot of speed, I would imagine that this great daughter of Mission Impassable is going to be on the front end with Heeman Harkey. Hard to see anybody else getting to the top in here. The only other horse that has any kind of real speed is the 3 Capital Gal, and that's going long. Lockbox, 1 on the lead, 2 back at Aqueduct, but that was a pretty easy pace. I thought Darn That Song was going to get in front of these and keep going. Capital Gal for me, because the slower the pace in these sprints, the better off it is for the distance horses, and she is pretty much a confirmed distance horse. Daughter of Constitution has done her best work around 2 turns, both here and elsewhere. Most recent victory came on the poly track down at Turfway Park back in January. That was going a mile and a 16th, where she led them gate to wire, field of 9 that day at almost 4-1. We'll see if she can come up from Aqueduct against this salty bunch of 16 open claimers and tackle this restricted New York bred allowance race. 2-3-1 for me here in the opener. Don't forget, the early pick 4 starts here. Pick 6 carryover, first of the meet, starts in race 3, just over $2,500 in that pool. 2504.91 to be exact, but who's counting? Best of luck here today. And if you need free PPs, head over to fingerlakesgaming.com each and every racing day. Courtesy of Equibase, they are available on our website. They'll be available for Monday's 9-race card, Fun Card Monday. They'll be available Thursday night. But if you need free PPs today, head over to fingerlakesgaming.com and download your free Equibase PPs for the 8-race card. Post time, a little over 3 minutes away. Best of luck today here at Finger Lakes. 2 minutes. The field for race 1 is making its way to the starting gate. You have less than a minute. The early pick 4 starts here in race 1. The field for race 1 here at Finger Lakes is behind the gate, and it's post time. Lockbox goes in first. Here's Darn That Song. Capital Gal goes in. Don't forget, free PPs courtesy of Equibase on our website, fingerlakesgaming.com, for each and every racing day. Mrs. Bell goes in, and the last to load is Ramon. They're in the gate. And they're off in the Tuesday opener. Lockbox away a bit slowly. From the outside draw, Ramon right to the lead. Lockbox is recovered and rushes up along the rail between horses. There's Don That Song. Those three have sped off. They have 4 lengths on Capital Gal. And the trailer is Mrs. Bell. She's 8 lengths from the lead. The lead now belongs to the favorite, Darn That Song. She's wrestled her way to the top, ahead of Lockbox and Ramon, 22-3 for that opening quarter as they make their way to the far turn, led by the gray, Darn That Song. She's 2 to the good of Ramon, who just moved into second, past Lockbox. Capital Gal making up some ground, 4 more back to Mrs. Bell, who still trails midway on the far turn. Darn That Song keeps going, a big move on the outside from Capital Gal. From the back, Mrs. Bell tries to chime in, and along the rail, Lockbox, they turn for home. Darn That Song and Capital Gal, they've sped off 3 or 4 lengths ahead of an oncoming Mrs. Bell, who's trying for minor rewards. Deep stretch, Capital Gal just got the better of Darn That Song, and Capital Gal starts to edge away. Darn That Song going to try to hold second over Mrs. Bell, but they come down to the line, and Capital Gal won it by 3. Then it was Darn That Song and Mrs. Bell. Final time for the 6 furlongs was 1:12 and 1. Number 3, Capital Gal was first. 2, Darn That Song second. 4, Mrs. Bell third. 5, Ramon finished fourth. Race 1's official. Returning to the winner's circles, the number 3, Capital Gal. 5-year-old daughter of Constitution out of the Big Drama mare Big Thrill was bred in New York. Capital Gal is owned by Dark Horse Racing Stable, trained by Ronnie Bree Jr., winning rider Jackie Davis. $2 exact to 3-2, 22 even. 50-cent try, 324, 29.75, and the 10-cent super, 3245, $14.47. Race 2 comes up next. Kicks off our first pick 3 of the day. No changes in races 2 or 3. Race 4, scratch the 3, Jackie Be Good, and the 4, Run Laura Run. Race 4, scratch the 3 and 4. Post time for the second is in over 23 minutes.
we're getting ready for race number 2 after Capital Gal takes the opener, as that barn has been on fire. Looking at the second race, and the second race goes a distance of 5 furlongs, so we're still got a relatively short distance races, a never 1-2 condition, but here's one of those races where it's hard to fall in love with anybody in here. The 4 Moulin Rouge getting a lot of the early play at 6-5, but she hasn't run since November. She's only had the 1 win in 11 starts. I guess it's better. That's less starts than a lot of them have had in here for the 2 lifetime. But she figures to get some play. She's got some tactical speed to be close, and hard not to use her in the top 3 anyway. But this is the kind of race you probably would want to try to get some value. I did lean towards the 2 'Cause I'm Elegant as my top choice, just based on the fact that she's faced a little bit better in the past. When she was here before, not that long ago, October and November, she was running against maiden special weights. She ran 4th against maiden special weight girls, and then she faced the boys and still beat 4 horses in that race. Yeah, she's tailed off a little bit, but ended up breaking her maiden at Penn National in March. Only the 1 start here, and she just didn't fire at all. But the thing is, the winner just got to the front and was gone, and she was maybe a little overmatched at the 11-9. So one thing you say about 'Cause I'm Elegant is she does drop in class, and again, she has faced a little bit better in recent races. The 5 is Sassy Tallahassee. I guess the big concern for Sassy Tallahassee is the distance. She's got as good a form as anybody in here. She wasn't that far behind 'Cause I'm Elegant when they faced Penn National, and she followed it up with a victory at Penn National, going longer, going a mile. She's had a lot of races over the winter, and she got a little bit of a break, a little over a month last time, and didn't run that badly in that race with Bustin' Roxy at 35-1. But it is 4.5. This is 5, and it shows she can beat these horses. It's just, can she beat these horses going 5 furlongs is the big question, and that's why she's not getting a lot of play. She's at odds of 5-1 despite being the morning line favorite. The 4, mentioned that one. The 1 horse is Sweet Tooth Sue. Took her a long time to get through that maiden condition, but she always fired, always hit the board in a lot of those races before finally breaking her maiden in August. It was like her 20th start before she finally got to the winner's circle. And she hasn't run that badly in the 2 lifetime. She just comes off the layoff, and finally here at age 6, she's going to try first-time Lasix. She's got the rail, and one thing you say about her having the rail post, the one time that she did win, Rafael Rohina took advantage of that inside position in a paceless race and got to the front. That's how she won that day. So maybe having the rail today could help her cause, because that's where she was when she won. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in race number 2.
The field for race 2's on the track. The 1, Sweet Tooth Sue with Rafael Rohina Jr. The 2 is Cause I'm Elegant with John Davila Jr. The 3 is Because of the Brave with Anthony Rodriguez. Here's the 4, Moulin Rouge with Cabercoa. The 5 is Sassy Tallahassee with Carlos Camilo. And the 6 is Alara with Stephen Frett. That's your field of 6. First pick 3 of the day kicks off here in race 2. Post time a little over 5 minutes away. Capital Gal launched some bid to win the opener going away at 7-2. There's a nice size price on her. See if we get another nice price home here in the second. You know, this was one of those races, like I was saying on Takes from the Lakes before we started the action today. I never say never in life, certainly not in horse racing. This was the kind of race where, if I could, I was going to try and stay away from the favorite, whoever that may be. And the public, rightfully so, has landed on Moulin Rouge. Her last 3 races, despite the fact that they were in September, October, and November, respectively, are consistent enough to make her the major player in here. And she has to deal with the layoff, but she raced well enough in those last 3 where any one of those 3, I believe, is going to put her right on the money in here. With that said, I don't think you want to take anybody at 4 to 5 in here, especially a horse coming off of what's now is 6 months to the day. So I went looking elsewhere. She's my second pick, very obvious and likely winner here. The 1, Sweet Tooth Sue, is now 6 years old. She's made 27 starts all here at Finger Lakes. She didn't break her maiden until last year as a 5-year-old. She gets Lasix for the first time as a 6-year-old. Daughter of Hold Me Back gets the inside draw. Her first 2 works were pretty quick. And then, a little bit more routine workouts in her last couple. With limited numbers, the barn's been okay. 1 for 4 off the layoff with a positive ROI. A layoff like this, because again, she's 6 months to the day. And I just went looking for somebody a little different with a change. Sweet Tooth Sue has the Lasix. We'll try her over Moulin Rouge. Sassy Tallahassee has the recency on my top 2 picks. She did not race particularly well, but she drops from the 11-2 life to the 5-2 life. She broke her maiden for 10-2 back at Penn, but that was around 2 turns. And is doing the right thing now, right? In maiden claiming you're supposed to drop in half when you face winners. And that's exactly what Sassy Tallahassee is doing. 1-4-5 from me here in race 2. Best of luck if you're kicking off this pick 3. I'm going to try to 1, Sweet Tooth Sue. Post time is in a minute. The field for race 2 is behind the gate. And it's post time. Six fillies and mares get set to load. First up is Sweet Tooth Sue. Next up is Cause I'm Elegant. Followed by Because of the Brave. Current even money favorite, Moulin Rouge. Here is Sassy Tallahassee. Long Shot Alara, the last to load. They're in the gate. And they're off. From the inside, there's Sweet Tooth Sue for the lead. Right alongside her is Cause I'm Elegant. Then Because of the Brave and the favorite Moulin Rouge. They're stacked 4 across the track. Gap of 4 lengths back to Sassy Tallahassee. And the trailer is Alara. They're in post position order here as Sweet Tooth Sue deals with Cause I'm Elegant early. These two have a length and a half on Because of the Brave and Moulin Rouge, who have 2 on Sassy Tallahassee and Alara. 22-3 the opening quarter. Sweet Tooth Sue tries to get away. Rafael Rohina Jr. inside with Sweet Tooth Sue. They have a head on Cause I'm Elegant, who's under the whip. Here comes Moulin Rouge from the back. Along the inside is Sassy Tallahassee. Off the turn and into the stretch, Sweet Tooth Sue, Cause I'm Elegant, put her head in front right there. Here comes Moulin Rouge. Moulin Rouge with dead aim on Cause I'm Elegant. Cause I'm Elegant. Moulin Rouge. Cause I'm Elegant. Moulin Rouge. Cause I'm Elegant. Moulin Rouge got there. Moulin Rouge over Cause I'm Elegant here in the second at Finger Lakes. That's the photo finish. Hold all tickets. Number 4, Moulin Rouge was first. 2, Cause I'm Elegant second. 1, Sweet Tooth Sue. Third, 5, Sassy Tallahassee finished fourth. Returning to the winner circles, the number 4, Moulin Rouge. 4-year-old daughter of Redesdale out of the Hiradashi mare Kashin Miami is owned and trained by Michael Lassesi. Winning rider, Cabercoa. And it's official. $2 double 3-4, 26.40. $2 exacta 4-2, 19.60. 50-cent try 4-2-1, 17.62. And the 10-cent super 4-2-1-5. Jackpots 3-7, $7.77. Race 3 comes up next. It's the start of today's Pick 6. The $1 Pick 6 today features our first carryover of the meeting. $2,504.91 in the Pick 6 carryover. Here are the changes for the rest of today's races. Here in race 3, no changes. In the 4th, scratch the 3, Jackie Be Good. And the 4, Run Laura Run. Race 4, scratch the 3 and 4. Race 5, scratch the 6, Blue City. Race 5, scratch the 6. Race 6, scratch the 1, Brooklyn Rosie. Race 6, scratch the 1. Race 7, scratch the 5, Actuliba. Race 7, scratch the 5. And in race 8, scratch the 1, Tater and Tot. Race 8, scratch the 1. Again, the $1 Pick 6 features a carryover of just over $2,500. Post time for race 3 in just over 22 minutes. As we get ready for the Pick 6 today, just want to remind you to head on over to fingerlakesbonusbets.com. Incredible promotion for the month of May. 8% back on all your Finger Lakes wagers. Normally 6%. Get 8% back if you bet up to $2,500 this month at Finger Lakes. New customers receive a $50 sign-up bonus once you've wagered $100. Everybody's talking about this promotion. Head over to fingerlakesbonusbets.com. You play, we pay. I literally opened my account in less than 3 minutes the other day. So head on over, take advantage of the carryover today. 8% if you bet over $2,500 for the month. 6% on whatever you bet. It's one of the best rebates in town. And don't forget, free past performances available to play this Pick 6. Just head over to fingerlakesgaming.com. Those PPs are courtesy of Equibase. You have about 20 minutes to post for the Pick 6. Best of luck if you're playing today.
Horses are in the paddock for race number 3. Good finish to the second race as Kazam Elegant able to urge to the lead and try to hold off the big favorite Moulin Rouge, who tough to take even money, but doesn't matter. They got across the wire first. But Keeber Koa for owner-trainer Michael Assessi just gets a nose in front of Kazam Elegant to win race number 2. We look at the third, and we're going to start the $1 pick 6. There is a small carryover in today's pick 6 pool. Never won 2 condition for fillies and mares, an allowance event. And you start off looking at the inside horse, the 1, Bust in Time. I mean, My Bronx Baby came off the layoff and just whistled. The horse was dominant in the 2 lifetime condition. After coming off of just 1 start as a 2-year-old, she was very impressive as a 3-year-old. Nobody was beating her that day. Bust in Time ran well to at least chase her a little bit and hold on to the second position. Well, there's no such rival in here. She draws the inside. Instead of chasing, she might be able to hold the rail and get the lead over Necessary and Proper, and that might be all she needs in this spot. Obviously an easier field without the presence of My Bronx Baby. One of the main contenders to her would be the 5, Mommy Joe Dreams. She has had some chances. It took her 10 starts to break the maiden, but she has been facing some tough customers since then and has been no worse than 4th in her 3 starts in the fall. So it seems like she's getting better. At least she was getting better later in her 3-year-old season, and now she'll make her first start as a 4-year-old. Numbers-wise, she fits very well against these horses, and a couple of those maiden fields probably tougher than what she'll face here, other than the presence of Busted Time. And she could be considered the main threat in race number 3. Now, Necessary and Proper is the morning line favorite. I don't think she'll be even close to being the favorite in here. Busted Time will be. But she comes off a victory in a 30,000 maiden group that she faced that day. You could tell by the time and the numbers she got for the race. So she may have to run a little bit better to beat this field. But it is a hot barn, and she'll be taking some play. And as far as form, at least she's in good form now, and see if she can step up and beat these type of horses. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double pick 3 and pick 6 starts with race number 3.
The field for race 3, the start of today's $1 pick 6 with a carryover over $2,500 is on the track. Here's the 1, Bustin' Time. Jackie Davis looks for a riding double. The 2 is Our First Lady with Luis Perez. The 3 is She's a Bernardini. Emmanuel De Diego's in the saddle. The 4 is Necessary and Proper. Cabracoa looks to go back-to-back. And the 5 is Mommy Joe Dreams with Kevin Navarro. Again, pick 6 starts here, dollar minimum. I'm going to single Bustin' Time. Impressive second to My Bronx Baby last week. First time Lasix that afternoon. Daughter of Bustin' Stones. Lasix certainly seemed to help her cause last time. She chased My Bronx Baby for a quarter of a mile as well, which is a feat unto itself. Now she's on the rail. She's the speed. I think Jackie Davis will get her second win of the day, just putting her on the front end. The 5, Mommy Joe Dreams, makes her first start since November after the winter break for John Buckley. Kevin Navarro in a boot. They teamed up to have a lot of success last year. In fact, Navarro rode this daughter of Freud in 5 starts. They had a win, 2 seconds, and 2/3. So gets along very nicely with this filly. And if the 4, Necessary and Proper, puts a little pressure on Bustin' Time, I would imagine Mommy Joe Dreams is the one that can take advantage of that little bitty thing. And then the 3, She's a Bernardini. I'm surprised she's not taking any more money by Bernardini, as her name suggests. Her first couple of efforts, first effort on the turf was not good. Everything else after that, a couple of seconds. She was second to My Bronx Baby in her debut. Not only was she second, she was favored. My Bronx Baby was $1.60 to 1. She was $1.30 to 1, and My Bronx Baby buried her that day. She came back to finish second again. Then she was able to get up in the nick of time at 2 to 5 to get out of the maiden race. That was in September, so she's not only missed the hibernation months, but she missed 2 additional ones. I think that's a little bit of an issue. Maybe that's why she's a little quiet on the board at 3 to 4 to 1 now. 154 for me. Don't forget, pick 6 carryover, $2,500. Get involved. Yesterday was the first day you guys didn't hit it. Best of luck here in the pick 6. Race 3 comes your way in a little over 4 minutes. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 3 is behind the gate, and it's post time. The $1 pick 6 starts here. In goes your even money favorite, Bustin' Time. Our first lady's up next. She's a Bernardini, goes in. Necessary and Proper is next. And the last to load is Mommy, Joe Dreams. They're in the gate. And they're off. From the outside, Mommy, Joe Dreams for the lead. Rushing up along the rail is Bustin' Time. And between horses there is Necessary and Proper. These three have opened up a quick 3 lengths on the 2 trailers. That's She's a Bernardini, and our first lady. A half a dozen lengths separates the 5 of them. Bustin' Time and Mommy Joe Dreams go at it through a 22-4 opening quarter. Necessary and Proper trying to re-rally from third. Then She's a Bernardini, and our first lady trails Bustin' Time. Jackie Davis looking for 2 on the day. Bustin' Time just got a length and a half clear of Mommy Joe Dreams. Up the insides, Necessary and Proper. Down the center is She's a Bernardini. From the back, our first lady getting close to home here. Bustin' Time trying to see it through. Mommy Joe Dreams, She's a Bernardini between. Then Necessary and Proper coming down to the line. Flag fall to that's all for Bustin' Time. She won it by 4. It looks like She's a Bernardini got Mommy Joe Dreams for second. Necessary and Proper was 4th. Here in the 3rd at Finger Lakes. Number 1, Bustin' Time was first. It's a photo for second. Number 3, She's a Bernardini was second. 5, Mommy Joe Dreams third. 4, Necessary and Proper finished 4th. Returning to the winner's circles, the number 1, Bustin' Time. 2-year-old daughter of Bustin' Stones out of the city place mare, Mayaka City, is owned by John McCallan, trained by Robbie Davis. 2 on the day for jockey Jackie Davis, and it's official. $2 double, 4-1, $8.20. $2 exact on 1-3, $8.40. 50-cent try, 1-3-5, $4.50. 10-cent super, 1-3, 5-4, $1.68. Race 4 comes up next. Starts today's 50-cent pick 5. Scratch the 3, Jackie Be Good, and the 4, Run Laura Run. Scratch the 3 and 4 in race 4. Post time for race 4 is in over 23 minutes.
10 minutes to post for race number 4. No doubt about that winner. Bustin' time. No My Bronx babies in that race, and she was able to handle that field quite easily. Imagine what My Bronx baby would have done. Jackie Davis aboard for trainer Robbie Davis. That one in the family is Robbie Davis, the legendary former jockey and now trainer. 5,000 claimer. Numbers of 2 races since the date or have never won 4 races. We scratched the 3, Jackie Be Good, and scratched the 4, Run, Laura, Run. Going to get a short price favorite in here. And War tapped right now at odds of 2 to 5. Unless she takes a step backwards for whatever reason, she figures to be awfully tough to handle in this race. And wouldn't be a surprise if she's also popular at the claims box. But she has excellent breeding. Last race was even more dominant than it looks on paper. She was really out for a gallop against that field. Now she comes back for 5,000 and looks to do it again. A little tougher field for War Tap, but I think that was just a little bit of a warm-up last time, and she's the horse to beat at 2 to 5. Other horses getting some play and other horses to consider. Sweet Invasion's a little bit of a price. I mean, you kind of look at a few of them if you're trying to go against War Tapped. Sweet Invasion, maybe one to consider. Of course, another one that's off the layoff. She does have a win at the distance of 5.5. And some of her numbers are better than some of the horses of this field because she was facing tougher competition while dropping down the claiming level and finally landing at 5,000 at the end of the season. You know, stays at 5,000, but maybe needing the freshening. And Sweet Invasion, who's in for the waiver claim, it could be one to hit the board behind the big favorite, and maybe if that one hiccups for whatever reason, could pull off an upset. Christmas Dinner, maybe more of the underneath type in this spot. Not terrible effort, not a terrible effort at all, finishing 4th behind her stablemate Sweet Shallots, and that was despite a slow start. So you know she's capable, and getting a race under her maybe makes her a little sharper for this race. It's just a matter of can she run down War Tapped in race number 4. This race starts the pick 5. That's got a 50-cent minimum. Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double Offer. We scratched the 3 and the 4.
The field for race 4, the start of the 50-cent pick 5s on the track. The 1 is True Destiny with John Davila Jr. The 2 is Sweet Invasion. K. Barcoa looks for a riding double. Scratch both the 3, Jackie Be Good, and the 4, Run Laura Run. The 5 is War Tapped with Luis Perez. The 6 is Crosstalk with Emmanuel De Diego. 7 is the Fabulous Moolah with Andre Worry. And the 8 is Christmas Dinner with Rafael Rohina Jr. A little over 5 minutes to post for the 4th. If there was a free bingo square on the card today, especially after the scratch of Run Laura Run, I thought it was the 5 War Tapped who jogged from just about 4 lengths off the lead in his first start of the season. Now, a little different. Actually, it's his first start of the season up here, but he had raced down at Aqueduct in January, so he didn't have as long a layoff. She didn't have as long a layoff as the rest. She got, Dave and I were talking about this on Takes from the Lakes this afternoon, I should say. Off that win, it didn't bump her up the claiming tag on her, which I thought was a little curious, but she is what she is at this point. She can go to the lead, as she showed last time off the layoff. She can sit off the pace. Looks like the lead's hers in here. War Tapped for me. I'm not going to try to get cute. For second, though, I'm going to use, well, Lowe's was 13-1 a minute ago. The 8 Christmas Dinner knocked the rust off last time from an October layoff. Horse made up a ton of ground late after bobbling a bit at the start. She has a great record up here at Finger Lakes for Deborah Breed. And she certainly outran her odds at 35-1 last time. Much shorter today, but I think she's the kind of filly who, if she breaks, she won't have to do as much as she did last time to get 4th, beaten less than 2 lengths, just less than 2 lengths. So Christmas Dinner for second, and then I had to fill it out with the 6 Crosstalk, who showed a little speed, finishing behind Christmas Dinner, about a length or so behind Christmas Dinner in their most recent. The Rachel Sells horses all seemingly need one off the layoff. She's actually had some horses fire, though, with a race under their belts now, so I'm not too upset having to scratch into Crosstalk, rather. I was confusing War Tapped and Crosstalk. I was getting them better now than in about 6 minutes. 5, 8, 6 for me. Again, to pick 5 starts, I would single the number 5. War Tapped. You got some interesting races coming up the last half of the card. Best of luck here in race 4. You have about a minute to post here. Pick 5 wagering available. Free PPs courtesy of Equibase over on our website, fingerlakesgaming.com, to get involved each and every racing day here at Finger Lakes. The field is making their way to the starting gate. Less than a minute. The field for race 4 is behind the gate, and it's post time. Set to load for the start of our pick 5. First up's the 1, True Destiny. Sweet Invasion is next. Odds-on favorite War Tapped goes in. Crosstalk loads. We're waiting on the Fabulous Moolah and Christmas Dinner. They're in the gate. And they're off from the outside. Christmas Dinner shows first. There between horses is Crosstalk. Then the favorite War Tap. Then along the inside, that's True Destiny. Gap of 2.5 lengths back to the 2 trailers. Sweet Invasion and the Fabulous Moolah trails the field. Crosstalk spurts away to a 1.5 lead. 3 across the track battling for second. True Destiny at the rail. War Tap between. Christmas Dinner 3 wide. 23-2 for the opening quarter. Now War Tapped attacks Crosstalk. War Tapped and Crosstalk. Christmas Dinner in the offing in third. True Destiny's under a drive, about to be passed by Sweet Invasion. The trailer is the Fabulous Moolah. New leader is War Tapped. War Tapped takes them off the turn and into the stretch. Got Crosstalk to her inside and Christmas Dinner to her outside. Half and 48 flat. War Tapped made the lead, and War Tapped starts to edge away here from Crosstalk, who's not going down without a fight. Then Christmas Dinner, late rally from Sweet Invasion down the center. War Tapp's almost home. Sweet Invasion's going to make it close. War Tapped, Sweet Invasion. War Tapped, Sweet Invasion. War Tapped, saved by the wire. War Tapped, a desperate head over Sweet Invasion. 107-3 for the 5.5 furlongs. That's a photo finish. Hold all tickets. Number 5, War Tapped was first. 2, Sweet Invasion second. 1, True Destiny third. 6, Crosstalk finished fourth. Returning to the winner circles, the number 5, War Tapped. 4-year-old daughter of War Dancer. Out of the Read the Footnotes mare, Untapped Secret was bred in New York. War Tapped is owned by J&M Racing Stables, trained by Michael S. Ferraro. Winning rider, Luis Perez. And it's official. $2 double 1.5, $4.10. $2 exacta 5.2, $5.30. 50-cent try 5.21, $6.35. 10-cent super 5.216, $3.25. 50-cent pick 3 415, $2.45. And the 50-cent pick 4 3415, $14.37. Race 5 comes up next. It kicks off the late pick 4. Scratch the 6, Blues City. Race 5, Scratch the 6, Blues City. Post time for the 5th is in just over 20 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, a claim to announce out of race number 4, the 5, War Tap. The winner went in a two-way shake to new owner-trainer Stacy Torelli.
In the paddock for the 5th, and yeah, there were some anxious moments with that favorite as Sweet Invasion put the pressure on late and almost caught the heavy favorite Wartap. Figured that was the main threat, but she could not catch Wartap, who's certainly got some back class and was able to just hang on. That's how you want the 2 to 5 or 1 to 5 shots win. Louis Perez for trainer Michael S. Ferraro. Fifth race goes the distance of 5 furlongs. Scratch the 6, Blue City. You'll see the money spread out a little bit here. There's a few horses you can make a case for. You got to figure the entry for Tim Murphy are going to play. Sutton Breeze should be a little closer today with the extra half furlong. And then you got Conformist. Conformist, I guess Wartap used to be the stablemate of Conformist. Conformist is a former stakes winner for, I believe it was My Purple Haze stable, and now under Sheila Engelhart's the owner. But this one, you got to think it's got a little bit of a back class edge on these rivals. Is only making his first start of the year. Not a lot of competitive races since July of last year. Ran once in August, ran once in November. Didn't do real well in either one of those races. Of course, one of the races was against Fiery Heart, who was certainly one of the top horses last year in those starter conditions. And then last time drop into the open 5, and it was right there, but got pressed. And then Bowing Snowman, one of my favorite horses, ran the biggest race of the year, probably his career, to win that one. But but you know, after the layoff last year, he was laid off from November till May. He was on a waiver claim, same as today, and dominated his competition, staying at the $5,000 level. See if history can repeat itself, and he'll face the same type of horses here, and he's going to get some play. He's at odds of 2-1. Mentioned Sutton Breeze. He's got a little value in here. I know it's only a 5-horse field with a scratch, but he's at odds of 7-2. His last race, maybe not as bad as it looks. He just kind of fell a couple lengths out of it. He needs to be in the race a little more than where he was there, and he just didn't break all that sharp with the rest of them. And I think he just ran evenly from there. And I guess what you could say is Al Mundro, surprisingly, just speed popped that field to get the lead. That horse showed a world of early speed to get the lead on the other pace, and forward motion able to stay close enough to chase that one down, and Sutton Breeze just kind of running evenly for third. But you could even say that was probably a little bit tougher field that Sutton Breeze was coming out of. Now, if this one breaks a little sharper today, again, you know, he's a little faster than what he showed that day. So if he breaks sharper, going a little further 5 furlongs, stays up close with Conformist, he could get into this race and run a better effort and be in the top 3 against this group. He's at 7-2. The one is, I mentioned the entry. You got 2 for the price of 1. Mass Appeal ran a big race last time against what was an easier field. I mean, Big Bad Bud, the horse that was second in the race, well, he's going to be probably the longest shot on the board in here. But Mass Appeal did win pretty convincingly off the layoff. So if he can repeat that effort or even move forward from that effort, it does put him in the mix as he looks for 2 in a row, stay at the 5,000 level. Smooth Tails comes out of that race as well, but he's got some room to improve too, especially getting a little more distance as well. So you got 2 for the price of 1 for this entry. Another one to consider in race number 5. Exactitry Super Daily Double and Pick 4 starts in this race. We do scratch the 6, Blue City.
The field for race 5, the start of the late pick 4 is on the track. The one is Mass Appeal with Heeman Harkey. Entry mate, the 1A, Smooth Tails, has Cabercoa. The 2 is Maddie's Express with Kevin Navarro. The 3 is Sutton Breeze. Luis Perez looks to go back-to-back. The 4 is Conformist with John Davila Jr. And the 5 is Big Bad Bud with Michael Davila Jr. Scratch the 6, Blue City, late pick 4 time. Went to the entry here, but I like the solid 1. Mass Appeal off a daylight score from the November layoff for Tim Murphy last time out. Just sat second early, and him and Harkey were well on their way to win by over 4 lengths. He's in the race via the beaten date. I'm a little surprised, like I was with Wartapped, who got claimed, that off of that 69 Buyer speed figure 2 weeks ago, Mass Appeal didn't go up the claiming ladder. But what do I know? Here he is back in for the nickel in the beaten races. Horses never won 4 or non-winners of 2 since last November, 6 months ago. I'll try Mass Appeal, who can sit. Conformist has some speed. So does Mass Appeal's entry mate, Smooth Tails, who finished a half a dozen lengths behind his stablemate last out. Maybe he needed to race more than Mass Appeal, but he's not a little bad and funny as the 2. Maddie's Express. He did his best. His best running has been around 2 turns. There's no question about that. But his sprint races aren't awful. And if he can get a little pace on in here, maybe he could pick up the pieces. He's in for the waiver. I think that's a good sign. In the past, he's needed one off the bench, especially to sprint. But I don't know. I have a funny feeling this horse is going to run well today. So we'll use a little Maddie's Express. And then the 4, your favorite, Conformist. He just hasn't shut the door in a while. Better races, to me recently, have come on wet tracks. And by recently, I mean within the last year. He did race really well, going 6 off of the November layoff last year. Waited an extra week to return. We'll see what happens going the 5H. He's 3 for 5 at this 5 furlong distance. He has a lot of speed. We'll see how much pressure Smooth Tails puts on him. Maybe even Sutton Breeze, who shipped up from Penn to finish 3rd behind Forward Motion. And the $11,000 race now dropping in for the 5. 1, 2, 4 from me. Late pick 4 kicks off here. Best of luck if you're playing. Don't forget free PPs, courtesy of Equibase over at fingerlakesgaming.com. And this Saturday, Mystic Dan takes on Arkansas Derby winner Muth. The Derby winner against Arkansas Derby winner Preakness comes your way. 7:01 p.m. Gates open here Saturday. Special 10 o'clock. Open time, so you can play the entire card from historic Pimlico Racetrack in Baltimore, Maryland. That's this Saturday. Gates open at 10 for the Preakness Stakes. Back here at Finger Lakes, it's almost time for the late pick 4. Best of luck if you're playing. Less than a minute. And now the field is behind the starting gate, and it's post time for race 5. The entry is drawn to the outside of the starting gate, so the first to load is the number 2, Maddie's Express. Sutton Place goes in. Conformist loads. Big Bad Bud. Now the entry of Mass Appeal. And Smooth Tails. We're set for the start of the late pick 4. They're in the gate. And they're off. On the far outside, that's Smooth Tails between horses Conformist, and at the inside, Sutton Breeze. Now moving up is Mass Appeal. Along the inside is Maddie's Express. The trailers, Big Bad Bud, 4 lengths from the lead. Conformist is in front a length. Mass Appeal right on the attack in second. Along the inside, Sutton Breeze. Mass Appeal's entry mate, Smooth Tails, trying to move up into third through an opening quarter of 22 and 4. Then midway on the turn, Conformist and Mass Appeal hook up. Sutton Breeze switches course and goes to the outside, cutting the corner. Maddie's Express trying to get going late here. Then Smooth Tails and nothing from Big Bad Bud. Off the turn and into the stretch. Mass Appeal trying to get past Conformist. Maddie's Express keeps coming along the inside. Sutton Breeze down the center. Mass Appeal has to deal with Sutton Place. Mass Appeal and Sutton Place. Mass Appeal's almost home. Sutton Place a final lunge, and Sutton Place gets him in the final strides by 3/4 of a length. Then it was Mass Appeal. Final time was 59 and 2. Number 3, Sutton Breeze was first. 1, Mass Appeal second. 4, Conformist third. It's a photo for fourth. Returning to the winner circles, the number 3, Sutton Breeze. The 5-year-old gelding by Cajun Breeze out of the Facta mare Sutton Reese is owned by Richard Sparling, trained by Carl J. O'Callahan. Winning rider, Luis Perez, 2 in a row for Luis Perez. Still unofficial. And it's official. $2 double 5-3, $9 even. $2 exact to 3-1, $26.80. 50-cent try, 3-1-4, $13.12. 10-cent super, 3-1-4-2, $4.47. And the 50-cent pick three, 153, $5.70. Race 6 comes up next, kicks off the final pick three of the day. Scratch to 1, Brooklyn Rosie. Race 6, scratch to 1, Brooklyn Rosie. Post time for the 6th is in just over 20 minutes.
Okay, 10 minutes to post for race number 6, and that was Sutton Breeze. A little better situation, trip, and level for that one as Louis Perez gets the victory for Carl O'Callahan. We go to the 6th race to scratch the 1, Brooklyn Rosie, and this is one of those races somebody's got to win. Race number 6. Obviously, no standouts in this race. It's a 5,000 maiden claimer going a distance of 5 furlongs. Yeah, it's hard to commit to a winner in this one. I did lean towards the 7, Jen's Kiss. Surprised that this horse is getting as much money as she is, but she did finish 4th in her last race. It was a non-threatening 4th, but she was wide in that race, and one thing you say, it was a tougher race than this one. A couple of horses come out of that Mel's Angel race, including this one, and Little Maze for Linda Dixon. Jen's Kiss did make a little bit of a move on the outside, but again, no threat to the winner. Her previous 3 starts, she lost by double digits against tougher competition in New York. She should be obviously closer against this group, getting the drop to 5,000. 8 to 5, a little short, but does have a slight edge on most of these rivals. Looking at the 6, Love Thyself, and she's shown absolutely nothing in 5 starts, but she has been up against some tougher competition. Started off her career on the turf, that didn't work out very well, and lost jockey John Velasquez, never to be seen aboard her again. Katie Davis climbed aboard, and she tried an off-the-turf event, then stayed on the Naira circuit facing maidens there, and never really a factor in any of those races. Now she's out of Miss Narcissist, who was a multiple stakes winner during her career, so the breeding's there. Just she has not really learned to run yet, but she did flash a little bit of early speed before fading in those races. This is a race that you wouldn't expect a lot of early speed in, and maybe this one with a drop in class could wake up in a big way. She is getting some play at odds of 5 to 2, probably based on company kept, even though she hasn't been competitive. Well, I did pick the 3. They're putting the 2 up, but I did pick the 3 up for 3rd coming out of the Mel's Angel race. She did flash a little bit of early speed from the rail and then faded early in that race. She makes the same drop as Jen's Kiss, and she also adds Lasix. So there is a big chance for improvement for Little Maze against this group. Same thing you say about Jen's Kiss. Now the 8 horse is Crystal. Crystal, at least form-wise, she showed a little bit in a 4.5 furlong race. She did have everything her own way. I don't even know if she'll make the lead, but she did make the lead that day and controlled things all the way in very slow fractions. She went 48 and change and still was unable to win that race. Now, obviously, it was a better horse that beat her last time. Maybe against this field, if she can take a step forward, she could be a factor in here as well. At least she comes off a 2nd place finish. Well, that's a few of the contenders in a wide open 5,000 maiden claimer. Exacta Super Daily Double at pick 3 starts here.
The field for race 6 is on the track. The number 1, Brooklyn Rosie scratch. The 2 is Paulie's Angel with Carlos Camilo. The 3 is Little Maze with Emmanuel De Diego. The 4 is Indian Penny with Rafael Rohina Jr. The 5 is Journey of 5 with Heeman Harkey. The 6 is Love Thyself and Kevin Navarro. The 7 is Jen's Kiss. Louis Perez looks for 3 in a row in the saddle. And the 8 is Crystal with Michael Davila Jr. Just a field of 7. Going 5 furlongs. Final pick 3 today here in race 6. Best play of the day. Got home at $12 yesterday. We're going to try and get a little bit more today. That's right. That's not a mistake. 3, Little Maze. Off a last place finish in her debut just 2 weeks ago. Gets Lasix. A drop in class. A little post relief coming off the rail. Trainer Linda Dixon ran 2 horses yesterday. Miss Wobbles in the 3rd and Can't Beck in the 6th. Both debuted without Lasix. Both got Lasix yesterday for their second starts. Not only did they both improve, they both had more speed second time. This filly gets off the rail. She drops in class. I think there's a lot to like here, especially who she's facing. Because Crystal looked home Jerome last time and just stopped on the dime. We'll see if things are different today. Third start off the layoff. Third start off of her career. You could throw the first race out in the slop at Charlestown. Crystal, I don't want to say the likeliest winner, but Crystal she's going to be in front. And that might be enough. And here, the 7, Jen's Kiss, ships up from the Big A. 3 not good efforts down at Aqueduct. She finished 4 1/4 lengths behind Mel's Angel last time here in her Finger Lakes debut. Ferraro Barn has been on fire to start the meet. I don't understand the number 6, Love Thyself. And eased with Lasix going a mile. She's never really done any kind of running in her career. If she wins, it'll be without me. And she's your 7-5 favorite. I'm going to try a Little Maze to upset the apple cart here. Currently it's 7-1. Best of luck here in race 6 at Finger Lakes. Post times in a minute. The field for race 6 is behind the gate, and it's post time. Scratch the 1, Brooklyn Rosie, leaves us with 7 fillies and mares. First in is Paulie's Angel, followed by Little Maze. Indian Penny gets a couple of spins behind the gate. In the meantime, Jen's Kiss goes in. Paulie's Angel acting up. Settles back down. Now Indian Penny goes in. Journey of Five's up next. Current even money favorite, Love Thyself. Paulie's Angel, restless again from the inside gate. In goes Love Thyself. The last to load will be Crystal. They're in the gate. And they're off. Little Maze from the inside goes to the lead. There's Journey of Five on the outside between horses Indian Penny. Then Jen's Kiss rushes up. Back in fifth is Crystal, 5 lengths from the lead. At the rail is Paulie's Angel, and the favorite Love Thyself is last as they make their way to the far turn, chasing Little Maze. She has a half-length lead on Journey of Five. Then Jen's Kiss through a 23 and 1 opening quarter. Moving up now is Crystal as Indian Penny back pedals. Then we come back to Paulie's Angel and Nothing Yet from Love Thyself midway on the turn. Little Maze dealing with Journey of 5. These two have 3 on Crystal and Jen's Kiss. Off the turn and into the stretch. Journey of 5. Little Maze trying to box on at the inside, but Journey of 5's got the better of her, and Journey of 5 starts to edge away. Crystal trying to make up some ground late from the back. Love Thyself way too late. Journey of 5, Crystal's 3 lengths behind. Journey of 5, the upset winner of race 6 by a length and 3/4. Then it was Crystal and Little Maze, photo for 4th, here in race 6 at Finger Lakes. Number 5, Journey of 5 was first. 8, Crystal second. 3, Little Maze third. It's a photo for 4th. Number 6, Love Thyself, finished 4th. Returning to the winner's circles, the number 5, Journey of 5. 5-year-old mare is a daughter of Golden Ticket out of the Smarty Jones mare, Better Than Rubies. Journey of 5 is owned by Padmudi Singh, trained by Nurka Huertas, winning rider, He-Man Arky. $2 double, 3-5, 122.50. $2 exacta, 5-8, $140 even. 50-cent try, 5-8-3, $364.25. And the 10-cent super, 5-8-3-6, $114.50. Race 7 comes up next. Starts the late double. Scratch the 5, Actuliba from race 7. And in race 8, scratch the 1, Tater and Tot. Post time for race 7 is in over 21 minutes.
in the paddock for race number 7, and yeah, that was probably the all-button race of the day, and yeah, the Journey of 5 was able to get the victory. High-price winner, He-Man Harkey for Nurka Huertas. Somebody had to win race number 6. That one ran big to get the victory. 7th race, an optional claiming allowance, 8,000 is the tag. Goes the distance of 5 furlongs. You probably get a short price favorite. Big difference from going from race 6 to race 7. This is our feature. Not Away is probably going to be a heavy favorite off of the recent form. Only vulnerability you would say is this horse has been a beaten favorite 3 of the last 4 times he's been the favorite, including the last start. But it's not like he's run bad in any of those races. He's hit the board in every single one. He is as consistent as they come, and he does have more wins than second. So overall, numbers-wise, consistency-wise, class-wise, he does seem to have the edge on these rivals, and looks like the outside speed of race number 7. Look for somebody else to possibly pull off the upset. You got horses like number 1 Dylan for Nurka Huertas. Maybe she can win 2 in a row. You got Winning Drive, who cuts back in distance a little bit for Rachel Sells. 2 fourth place finishes in a row. Not that badly beaten against the Open 10 and Open 16s the last 2 starts. Of course, they were on off tracks and some decent numbers. Still doesn't seem as quick enough, at least at 5 furlongs, to be close up with Not Away early, so we'll have to chase that one down. The other one that might be closest to Not Away in the early stages of the race would be number 1 Dylan. He has shown some speed from time to time, but I would expect Not Away with a good break to get the lead on these rivals. Number 1 Dylan has run some big races from time to time. He's one of those horses, though, if you move a little too early, he'll break your heart and seem to let the other competition back into the race. So he's a tricky one, but he does run to his competition and has run well against some good horses on the grounds in the past, and also has a win at the 5 furlong distance. The 6th Invaluable Will is a horse that may be more of an underneath type in this spot, as he's kind of a sit back and try to make a run, and this is 5 furlongs. He's missed the board in all 3 starts at the distance, so you know, these short distances of 4.5, 5 furlongs, not really his thing. He needs a little more ground, you know, maybe 5.5 with a good pace, or 6 furlongs would be more the thing for Invaluable Will. But he does always make a decent account of himself, and it is a half furlong more than the 4.5 last time. So maybe a horse to consider using underneath in the 3rd or 4th spot. Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double offered in race number 7. Again, we scratch the 5, Octu Liber.
The field for race 7's on the track. The one is Coach Bahi with Kevin Navarro. The 2 is Winning Drive. John Davila Jr. rides. The 3 is Devious Banker with Andre Worry. The 4 is number 1 Dylan. Heeman Harkey looks for a riding double. Scratch to 5 Akduliba. The 6 is Invaluable Will with Rafael Rohina Jr. And the 7 is Not Away with Kaberkoa looking for a riding double. 1 to 2, no great shakes, but I thought this was Not Away's race to lose. Good form out of town at Laurel in this starter optional, where everybody's in for the starter. Controlling speed from the outside. This looks faster than these horses. With Kaberkoa aboard. If number 1 Dylan comes back fresh, we just saw Nurka Huertas get the job done in race 6 with Harkey. Maybe Not Away has to rate just off of number 1 Dylan. I don't see it happening, but if he has to, he can. And that gives you some confidence in Not Away's chances. I'm going to try and hit a cold number here with 3 Devious Banker, who went to the bench for James Patine. He wasn't in great form, but he was in consistent form. Looks good on the track too today. See him sporting his familiar front bandages. This horse's career actually got better when he put the fronts on. And Andre Worry's going to pick up the mount here. So there's a couple of bullet works coming in. There weren't a lot of horses that worked either morning, but still, this horse worked well. He should be right behind the speed in here. Maybe even Winning Drive can show a little gas early. I thought this was a cold 7-3. And see if Devious Banker can get Not Away. I'll tell you what, I don't have any numbers here, but Sutton Breeze was the second, the third or fourth choice in a 5-horse field, and Journey of 5 was a tough number to find. Wonder if something interesting happens here, like Not Away getting beat. If maybe there's a double carryover into the pick 6 Monday. We'll see. 7-3-2 for me here in race number 7. Best of luck if you're playing the late double. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 7's behind the gate. And it's post time. Loading in Coach Bahi's first. Here's Winning Drive. Devious Banker goes up. The gray, number 1, Dylan goes in. The longest shot on the board, Invaluable Will loads. And your 1-2 favorite, Not Away, the last in. We'll see if he's the first out. They're in the gate. And they're off from the inside. There goes Coach Bahi for the lead. Between horses, there's Devious Banker and the gray, number 1, Dylan, mixes it up early. These three have a length and a half on the big favorite, Not Away. 2.5 more back to the duo of Invaluable Will and Winning Drive. They trail. They're already 7 lengths from the top. Coach Bahi and number 1, Dylan, duking it out on the far turn. They've opened up 3 on Devious Banker and Not Away through a wicked opening quarter of 22-2. Number 1, Dylan, just put his head in front of Coach Bahi. Devious Banker and Not Away moving as a team. They're still 3.5 behind. Then Winning Drive and nothing yet from Invaluable Will. Off the turn and into the stretch. Coach Bahi and number 1, Dylan, they've been going at it from the start. Devious Banker trying to reel him in, but it's down to these two. Coach Bahi just got away from number 1, Dylan, and he opened up by 3. Late run coming from Devious Banker, but it's too late. As Coach Bahi going to go gate to wire in the feature. Then it was Devious Banker, number 1, Dylan, Invaluable Will from last to round out the super here in race 7. Number 1, Coach Bahi was first. 3, Devious Banker second. 4, Number 1, Dylan third. 6, Invaluable Will finished fourth. Race 7's official, returning to the winner's circle, is Coach Bahi. 7-year-old gelding's the son of Take Charge Indy, out of the tail of the cat mare, Bauble. Coach Bahi's owned by Windy Lee Farm LLC, trained by Jonathan Buckley, winning rider, Kevin Navarro. $2 double 5-1, $297.50. $2 exact to 1-3, 124 even. 50-cent try, 134, 245.50. 10-cent super, 1-3-4-6, $134.65. Race 8 comes up next. The finale offers win, play, show, exact to try, and super wagering. Scratch to 1, tater and tot. Post time for race 8 is in just over 20 minutes. We had a claim out of race number 7, the 2, winning drive to new owner trainer John Grabowski. New owner trainer John Grabowski claimed the number 2, winning drive out of race 7. And don't forget, folks, this Saturday, Kentucky Derby winner Mystic Dan takes on Arkansas Derby winner Muth in a field of 9 in the second jewel of racing's Triple Crown, the Preakness Stakes. Watch and wager right here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Doors open at 10. Post time for the Preakness is 7:01. Coming out to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack for Saturday's Preakness Stakes and a full card of simulcasting from historic Pimlico Racetrack in Baltimore, Maryland.
We're about to conclude this race card with race number 8. Coach Bahi adding a little value to pick 5s and pick 6s and even pick 4s. Coach Bahi always has done well the past. A 3-time winner in 2023, had a pretty good 2022 as well. Not known for the 5 furlong distance was Coach Bahi, but it was a race where Nottaway didn't show any speed. So the speed was between Coach Bahi and number 1 Dillon, and he was fit enough, looked good. John Buckley, very good trainer, and Kevin Navarro rode him perfect, gets the victory. Race number 7. A couple of prices in a row in races 6 and 7 after a few favorites. You're going to get a short price favorite in this final race. We do scratch one of the main players, the one Tater and Tot. Really, as you look at it, East Coast Girl, if he runs just close to what he did in the past, he would easily beat these claimers. Obviously, it's a scary play when their claim for 30,000 show up like about 9 months later and they're in for 5,000. It's scary, and you got to wonder, is he still good enough to beat this group? Doesn't have to be much, I guess, is usual way to say it, but East Coast Girl really catches a soft group, and he's either going to make it look easy or he's going to be very vulnerable if he's unable to shoot out there and get to the lead on these rivals. He's right now at odds of 1-2, so the public is really behind this horse despite the long layoff. Now, there's other horses getting some play. I mean, MCRR getting some action as Nurka Huertas won off the layoff with the horse in race number 6. Journey of 5, maybe this one can repeat that effort. I guess if you're looking for somebody else, I guess it's kind of a case you can make. Has not hit the board at the distance. Did have the one win in a sprint race, 6 furlongs, but doesn't have much for early speed. But then it may not matter in this race if the speed of East Coast Girl backs up to everybody. The 5 was my long shot, though. I mean, when 5, she speaks well, is primarily a router, and ran a couple really nice races last year, and had some bad luck in those races, or would have been first or second. Plus, ran into some tougher horses. Kind of tailed off a little bit, running 5th in his last race of the year. Then tried a Parks race, was overmatched in that race, obviously, and then the 4.5 last time. It's short, and so is this one, but you know, as far as the quality of rivals that he's facing, this is one of the weakest group he's faced. Maybe not his best distance, but he's a better horse than a lot of these. And with a race under his belt, he could surprise and get into the number. He's at odds of 17-1. The 7 is Zucker Race, and Zucker Race is by Purple Ace Stables, Chris Eglart. They already won a race today, and at least has got some pretty decent form. Was running at the 11-9 level and then dropped to 5 to break his maiden. He stays at 5,000, and you know, at this level you got to consider, although he did take a long time to break his maiden, some of those 11s weren't that tough. Probably a horse you got to use in here, especially if you figure you're trying to beat the 8. The 4 is Hardly Working. Hardly Working does have some tactical sprint speed, so he can stay close at this 5 furlong distance. Another one that was running mostly routes towards the end of the year, doesn't have a win at the distance, but again, he's got enough early speed to stay close even in the 5 furlong sprint that maybe he can make the number as well. So that's some of the rivals here in race number 8. Just a reminder, our next live race day will be Monday. We did cancel Wednesday racing for tomorrow. Next live day will be Monday. We're also open for Preakness Stakes Day on Saturday. Early opening, gates open at 10 a.m. Watch all the action from Pimlico. Watch a wager on the Preakness Stake on Saturday.
The field for race 8. The Tuesday finales on the track. Scratch the 1, Tater and Tot. The 2 is MC Double R. Jackie Davis looking for the hat trick. The 3 is Noah's Destiny. Stephen Frett rides. The 4 is Hardly Working with Joel Cruz. The 5 is She Speaks Well. John Berrios in the saddle. The 6 is 8 Sunset Drive with Rafael Rohina Jr. The 7 is Zuka Race, John Davila Jr. And the 8 is East Coast Girl with Andre Worry. A little over 4 minutes, little finale. East Coast Girl, the only one of these horses covered in the pick 6. Double carryover. If anyone else wins, I scratched into East Coast Girl. My confidence level in East Coast Girl winning this race is 0.00. But if he shows up with any sort of effort like he did throughout his career, really, he's going to win. But claim for 30, in for 5 a long time ago. If he wins, he wins. And a little confusing, East Coast Girl is actually a Ridgeling, so do what you will with that. There he is on the track. Andre Worry for Jeremiah Englehart. The 4, Hardly Working. First start for Shayla McClung. Returns from a series of distance races back to a sprint. He's at the board in 3 or 4 going 5/8. You're grasping at straws here. And then the 7, Zuka Race. Dropped for the 5 and maiden in November and got the job done. Haven't seen him in a while. He's not in for the waiver. Basically, Chris Englehart saying you can have him if you like. 847, not a lot to say in here. Best of luck. If you're alive in the pick 6, best of luck. A little over 2 minutes to post. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 8's behind the gate, and it's post time. Ready to load for the nightcap. Again, only runner covered in the pick 6 is the number 8 East Coast Girl. Carryover. If anyone other than the favorite wins, in goes MC Double R. Jackie Davis looks for 3 on the day. Noah's Destiny is next. Followed by Hardly Working, who gets turned around and goes in. She Speaks Well at a big price. 8 Sunset Drive. Zuka Race. And the last one to load is your prohibitive favorite, East Coast Girl. They're in the gate. And they're off. From between horses, that's Noah's Destiny for the lead. On the far outside, here comes East Coast Girl, and the favorite assumes command from Noah's Destiny. It's East Coast Girl. Rushing between horses is 8 Sunset Drive. Far outside, Zuka Race. A gap of 2 lengths back to MC Double R. The 2 trailers are Hardly Working, and She Speaks Well. 23-second opening quarter here for East Coast Girl. She's going easy on the front end with Andre Worry. He's going easy on the front end with Andre Worry, and he opens up a quick 2.5 length lead. Zuka Race trying to make a race of it from the back. MC Double R trying to make up some ground. Noah's Destiny's along the inside, off the turn and into the stretch. Andre Worry just keeping East Coast Girl's mind to his business, and East Coast Girl is running up the score by as far as he wants. We'll call it 15 on the line. It's going to be close for second. That got dead tight between Zuka Race and MC Double R. Final time was 58-4. Number 8, East Coast Girl was first. There's a photo for second. Number 2, MCRR was second. 7, Zuka Race third. 3, Noah's Destiny was fourth. Now returning to the winner's circles, the number 8, East Coast Girl. 4-year-old Ridgelings, the son of Lauban, out of the City Place Mare, Mayaka City. Her half-sister, Boston Time, won earlier on the card. East Coast Girl is owned by Jim Riccio, trained by Jeremiah Englehart. Winning rider, Andre Worry. Official, $2 double, 1-8, 34.40. $2 exacta, 8-2, 14 even. 50-cent try, 8-2-7, $11.70. 10-cent super, 8-2, 7-3, $6.72. 50-cent pick 3, 5-1-8, $144 and a quarter. 50-cent pick 4, 3-5-1-8, $803.50. 50-cent pick 5, returned $699.25. Pick 6 was hit, 6 of 6, $2,695.50. 5 of 6, $23 and a dime. That wraps up the live racing for the week here at Finger Lakes. Remember, no racing tomorrow. We will be back on Monday with a 9-race card set to go to post at 1:15 p.m. Don't forget this Saturday, Preakness Day. Watch and wager on the Preakness right here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Doors open, special time, 10 a.m. Saturday morning. Come on out to Finger Lakes for Saturday's Preakness as Kentucky Derby winner Mystic Dan takes on Arkansas Derby Muth in the second jewel of Thoroughbred Racing's Triple Crown. On behalf of the broadcast team, staff, and management here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, I'm the Big A, Anthony Stabile. Thanks for joining us today. Again, first post Monday is 1:15 with a special 9-race card. Until then, please arrive home or wherever you're going safely and have a great night.